It's on? Yeah. I'd like to call to order our specially called Transitional City Council meeting. Thank you all for attending. Yes, I'm in a sling, but I'm alive and pumping. Some of you have asked, thank you for that. Very simple. I took a nasty spill over the weekend, broke my collarbone. I'm on the mend. I will be fine. So with that said, let's move forward. Madam Clerk, do you mind calling the roll, please?
Yes. The Honorable Michael Owens, Mayor.
Present.
The Honorable Ron Davis, District 1 Council Member.
Present.
The Honorable Dami Oladapo, District 2 Council Member. She's not here. The Honorable Keisha Jeffcoat, District 3 Council Member.
Present.
The Honorable Patricia Out, District 4 Council Member.
Present.
The Honorable T.J. Ferguson, District 5 Council Member.
Present.
And the Honorable Deborah Herndon, District 6 Council Member.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I haven't seen.
He's here, but I haven't seen where he is right now.
I did not see him either. Councilman Davis, would you like to lead us in an invocation, please? It's fine.
Let us bow. Oh, gracious and most high God, we thank you, Father, for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your love and protection, Father God. Right now, we just pray, Father God, that you guide this meeting, Father God, that your presence is felt, Father God, that you give us all the wisdom, the unity, the love, and the respect we have for each other, Father God. We thank you right now. We pray for this council. We pray for this city. We pray for the residents. Keep us all as only you can. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you. I'd like to move us on to item 4 for the Pledge of Allegiance. So with that, I would like to ask the great honor of one of our esteemed veterans, Army veteran, Councilwoman Keisha Jeffcoat, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. We can move forward to item 5, which is the approval of the agenda. I do believe everyone's been presented a copy of the agenda.
I have not had any suggested changes. The agenda is the same as presented.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I would like to call the question for vote. All in favor of approving the agenda as written, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? With no opposition, the ayes have it. The agenda has been approved. With that, Madam Clerk, shall we move to item 6 with the consent agenda?
Yes, on the consent agenda, we have 2 sets of minutes. I have received a few recommended changes from the council, and they are corrected. And we have the approval of the special call transitional city council meeting minutes that was held on July 14, 15, and 17, and then the last meeting of the July 26, 23 special call transitional city council meeting. I'll need a motion to approve.
I motion to approve.
I second.
All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Consent agenda has been approved. With that, Madam Clerk, shall we move to item 7, which are public comments?
Yes, I have several public comment cards. We also have a special person to speak about something. Do you want that person to go first or do the comment cards first?
Let's do the comment cards first, if you don't mind.
Okay. The first person is Jeff Pageant, and then we have Angela Wynn after him, if she will be ready to come up and speak.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Sir.
If you can't, I'll talk louder. My name's Jeff Padge. I'm from Friends of Mableton and Lions Club, the South Cobb Lions Club, and I'm volunteer on the weekends, and we get out here and work on the weekends of cleaning up trash. My question is here tonight. I'm here tonight because I hear people on Facebook. I invited thousands more people than what's here now, but nobody comes. But I was hoping people would show up and listen and come to this meeting and listen to what's going on, and that way they won't jump to the conclusions. But we want to know, as far as the people out here, what can we do for y'all, the council board? What can we do for y'all to help in the transition as far as volunteers? Just what can we do for y'all? We know that y'all are really busy. We know y'all are going through all these hoops and stuff to get this and that going, and as far as the city, and we got that other stuff lingering. But it seems like we need I got an idea of putting out some, I don't care if it's just temporary, some welcome to Mableton, the City of Mableton signs, at least coming in on Fontaine and veterans. And let's beautificate, and let's try to fix up just that little, maybe 100 yards of each entrance from Austell, from Fulton Industrial, from Atlanta down that way. Even, let's just get out and do some beautification, so when people come to our town, or even riding through, that's what I'm working on, is the people riding through. They would, if people ride through here and they see all these junk cars laying out here in the road, trash everywhere, people, it just ain't acceptable what we want here in Mableton. And so I want to lead a project, if we can somehow, with y'all's help. I can't do nothing without y'all's help, but let's find a way, and let's figure out how to do some beautification projects while we're getting started. And I'm trying to talk to people in Mableton, trying to get them to come to meetings and understand that, this is a good thing. People just talk so much negativity. We need to start looking towards the future and have a positive attitude, and we can make this city grow quick, and right, and have people where they can trust y'all and trust us, and just in everything. Everybody would trust each other. And so I just wanted to let y'all know how I felt. So y'all just let me know what y'all think, okay?
Thank you, Jeff.
Huh? Pageant.
Your next cleanup. When is your next cleanup?
After Angela Wynn, we have Monica Delancey.
We thrive on Riverside Renter Association Renter Bill of Rights. The right to organize, the right to be notified of sales of an apartment complex if the lien holder reside on the property more than 5 years, or right to first refusal. The right to have a decent, safe, and healthy apartment rental property. Right not to be retaliated against if the leaseholder filed complaints on the property landlord, the property management, or the owner or organized renter. Right to clear and a fair lease. Right to educate and inform. Right to have eviction filing to be removed from the rental application. Right to have lease renewal and prohibit non-renewal of lease because of personality issue with the management staff. Right to rent stabilization. Rights for renter to be known as a taxpayer and a productive citizen in the community. Thank you.
Good evening, Monica Delancey, reside in the Riverside Community District 2. First, I'd like to invite everyone to attend a community meeting that will be hosted by We Thrive Riverside Renter Association on September the 13th at Premier Learning Academy. And the reason for this meeting is because of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution report that listed 11 properties in Mableton as dangerous dwellings. We're also having a meeting to be updated about public safety as well to update community about code enforcement, and also just so it's known that if you're looking at just District 2, 65% of the occupants of District 2 are renters and live in corporate managed landlord apartments. So therefore, we will have owners or owner representatives to attend this meeting as well. Again, it'll be September the 13th, that's a Wednesday, at 5:30 p.m. at Premier Learning Academy, which is located, as we call, downtown Riverside, which is by the Marathon Plaza. Also, I want to list some resources. Commissioner Sheffield hosted a career attendant forum that was well attended on August 19th, and there were a few agencies there offering resources, as well as agencies there that were hiring. The resources that was there were Sweetwater Mission and G-Men organization that's providing rental assistance, as well as other resources that they may need. Also want to add that Georgia Department of Community Affairs still have money available for people who are homeowners. They're helping pay mortgages. I was told that the average amount is at least 3 months worth of mortgage assistance. And you can apply through Georgia Department of Community Affairs, and you do not have to be behind. All you do is show hardship. So I just want to share that as well. And I do want to thank Angela Nguyen for reading the Renters' Bill of Rights, especially, oh, that's my time. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you. And then we have Cynthia Polenzi. And then following her will be Cassandra Brown. Cynthia first, and then Cassandra Brown.
I'm Cynthia Pozelensny, and I'm a business owner in Mableton and a resident for a long time, I think 32 years. And I think I can encourage everybody here to please get a website and email addresses. There are so many people that I talk to every day in the community that still don't know they're in the city of Mableton. They didn't know they were supposed to come out and vote, and they don't know who to communicate with or how. And when we don't have a website, even if it's under construction, if we have email addresses that look professional, then people start saying, oh, hey, we are in the city of Mableton. There's so many people so confused about it. And I'd also like to tag off of what Jeff said, that if there's anything we can do, volunteering to go and talk to local businesses and maybe have them sponsor a postcard and just say, you know, hey, welcome to our new city of Mableton. To all the people that are in the city of Mableton, maybe that would help as well. And I think we could get some businesses on board to assist with that. And maybe Mableton Improvement Coalition would help as well. That's it, thank you.
Cassandra Brown. And then Denny Wilson will be after Cassandra. And that's the last comment card.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, sorry to cut you off there. I'm Cassandra Brown, and as a member of the Cobb County School the Cobb County School District Facilities and Technology Citizens Oversight Committee, I'm here today on behalf of our board member, Trey Hutchins, to give you an update on education in our area. So first off, the Betty Gray Middle School opened August 1st with completion of the $10 million in improvements and classroom additions. Please be on the lookout for more information regarding the ribbon cutting ceremony for that facility. Also, board members Saylor and Hutchins will host a town hall for the Betty Gray community to discuss academics and programming with interested stakeholders. Also be on the lookout for an invitation, for that invitation. And then lastly, Pebblebrook High School, the pride of Mableton, is celebrating 60 years of academic excellence during homecoming, which is October 20th through 22nd at Pebblebrook High School. This will also be the unveiling of the $60 million education SPLOST improvements as well. Please be on the lookout for more details and specific invitations to participate in the Diamond Jubilee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last card, Denny Wilson.
Good afternoon, Denny Wilson. I'm a resident of this particular community, and I've been a resident here for over 40 years. I educated my children from Riverside to Lindley to Pebblebrook. They were Pebblebrook graduates, so we definitely will be at the 60th anniversary, the three of us and the three grandkids. But I want to kind of piggyback on what Jeff Padgett said a little earlier. Sunday before last, I took a ride up to East Cobb, and I went down Sewell Mill Road, I went down Roswell Road, I went down Johnson's Ferry, and all the right-of-ways are just neatly mowed, and I mean, there's a little bit of grass growing, but you really got to look hard to see it. And then I come back down here to South Cobb, and the grass is almost up to my hip in the right-of-ways. And I'm like, something is going on, something is wrong. I mean, as I stated the last time I came and spoke, I voted against the City of Mableton, but it's a city now, and it's our city. And when I ride around and I see trash and I see the grass all grown up, overgrown, no mowings being done, what I suggest you guys do is do like I do. Either shoot an email to DOT, or pick up the phone and call them, or shoot an email to Commissioner Sheffield. She's really good about getting them on to doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. And last but not least, when are we as the taxpayers gonna see a budget? I mean, because we keep hearing about, you know, this is being spent, this is being spent, this is being spent, but we've never been shown a budget, and I really don't know how that could be legal. I mean, because even every county and every city has a budget, and they have line items that they go by. I mean, you yourself as household members, y'all have budgets, I would hope. I mean, I have one. So, you know, my question is, when will we see a budget? Thank you.
That's the end of the public comment cards, and Mayor Owens has an introduction of someone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes. I have, in light of some of the things that have been going on talking about public health, and specifically with COVID and the rise in cases and things of that nature, we've heard a lot of chatter about lately, I decided to ask the Deputy Director of the Cobb Douglas Board of Health, which I now thankfully sit on the board of and have gotten to know Ms. Crossland. So I asked her to come to our council meeting today to give everyone a community update on public health as it relates to Cobb County and Mableton, and hopefully enlighten us on things that are going on, things that we can do, and the official word, I guess, from the county. So if you don't mind, Ms. Crossland, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me tonight. So let me extend a public welcome to you, Mayor Owens, for sitting on the Board of Health. We're excited to have your experience and your insight and appreciate your time. We know that it's prime these days.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me to give an update, and just want to hit a few points for you. So first of all, we've been getting a lot of questions over the past few weeks about COVID again. And I just want to address a few points. My main message is, there is no cause for alarm. The hospitalizations continue to be low. Our current guidance remains exactly the same as it has for the past several months. So everybody can relax a little bit. We are not looking at another pandemic rollout at this point. So let me hit a few specific points, because for those of you who want more details. So first of all, we are seeing an uptick in the request for COVID tests. We see it at all of our locations. So for those of you who need access to tests when you may have symptoms, I've got a few choices for you. So I brought a few dozen of the free COVID tests if folks want to take some of those tonight. For those who are not available to get some tonight, we also provide these at all of our public health locations. They're free of charge. These are about $25 kits. There's 2 tests in each one, and so those are available to folks. I do want you to be aware that most of the COVID tests have had an increased expansion of their expiration dates. So if you have COVID tests at home, make sure you check their expiration date. You can go onto the FDA website or usually the manufacturer's website, and there's information about how long that COVID test has been expanded. I brought you a letter from Abbott and the FDA tonight that goes with these tests. And so you'll see on the back of them that it shows a 9/1/23 expiration date, but know that the manufacturer and the FDA has extended this to April 1st of 2024. And so those are available. So if you grab a test, please grab a piece of paper so you have that as reference. And then I would say make sure that if you've got any tests at home, check those as well for those current expiration dates. Secondly, as a testing, we are still providing the free PCR testing. We do a PCR drive-through test here at the EpiCenter. That's Monday through Friday, 8 to 3. It's free. And you get the results back in just a couple of days. So that continues to be available out here in the community. And then lastly, we have the test kiosk that's also located here at the EpiCenter. That's 24/7 access. You can walk in, go in the main door entry, and it's just where you would get a COVID test. It's a self-swab, and then you drop it back in the kiosk, and we have labs that pick those up every day. And again, you get the results in a patient portal within a couple of days. So all of those test options are still available to residents, and we encourage you to test if you show symptoms. We're also seeing a slight uptick in the number of positive cases through our lab reports and the wastewater surveillance that we do. But again, we think this is most likely to the new EG5 variant that you're hearing about across the country. Our ED, our emergency room departments, have seen a slight uptick in folks who are coming in. But again, let me reinforce that hospitalizations remain low and we are not alarmed. Our guidance continues at the same that it has been for months. We continue to recommend that you cover your cough when you cough, and you wash your hands regularly. That's going to prevent a lot of infectious diseases from spreading, not just COVID, but a lot of other respiratory infections. So please continue to do that. I brought you some hand sanitizer. If folks are by any chance and any stretch out of that at this point, we've got some hand sanitizer we're happy to have you take. We also recommend that if you do test positive for COVID, the CDC COVID calculator is still available online. It's about 3 or 4 questions, and it gives you some guidance. But basically, we are recommending that if you test positive for COVID, that you stay home for 5 days, and then on day 6 through 10, go out about your business. We just recommend that you consider wearing a mask and don't be in large indoor events. Like that would not be the time probably to go to a 70,000 person indoor concert on day 6 through 10. But basically that's the recommendation. We are not doing any recommendations for folks who may be in contact with someone who's ill. You do not need to isolate or quarantine if you've been in contact with somebody. All right. Vaccinations, this is the other big question I'm getting, that vaccinations still remain the best protection against COVID. We are expecting in the next 2 to 3 weeks our new fall COVID vaccination. And so as soon as we receive that, we will begin to make that available to residents out in the community free of charge. So just look for that. If you are considering a booster right now, we have those available, but I have to tell you personally, I would recommend waiting a few weeks until this new COVID booster comes out, because it's going to be more specific to the variant that's circulating. And like in the words of Forrest Gump, that's all I'm going to say about that. All right, let's go on to a couple other areas. Correlated with some of the increased distress that we saw during the pandemic, we have seen a real increase in opioid overdoses. They're at the highest level in the United States that they've been, including Cobb County. So Cobb County deaths from synthetic opioids such as fentanyl increased about 170% from 2019 to 2021. That's the last date that we have clean data. Even more alarming to me as someone with children who are young adults is that the fentanyl involved overdoses among adolescents, those who are 10 to 19, in Georgia rose 800% in that same time frame. So, and please be aware that the increases were across all genders, all races, all ethnicities, and all geographic areas across the state of Georgia. So it has touched everyone. I'd be surprised if you don't know someone who's had an issue with opioids in the last couple of years. Although our public safety professionals and our prosecutors and our healthcare professionals are probably mostly on the front line with this issue, I would tell you that all residents play a role in helping us to get in front of this opioid problem. So a few things that I would ask you to do as a resident. The first is to properly dispose of any opioids that you may have in your home. A lot of people report that the first use that they had of an opioid was through a family member or a friend and giving them their leftovers or seeing those in their medicine cabinets. So I also brought you all something called Dispose RX. This is a powder that if you have medication, it doesn't have to be just opioids, it can be any medication that's left over. If you have medication in your home that's no longer in use, then you can take this powder, put it in your medicine bottle, fill it with water, shake it. It deactivates the medicine and turns to a solid, and then you can throw it away. So please help yourself to the Dispose RX. We're also giving these out at all of our public health events so that we can make those available to folks. And then I would say consider asking your doctor or your dentist to prescribe alternatives to opioid prescriptions when you have pain or have surgery or a dental procedure. There are a lot of alternatives these days that in many cases are very appropriate and just as effective to an opioid. So, but sometimes you have to ask for it. If you or a family member has issues with addiction, please reach out for help. Truly, several agencies in Cobb County are trying to help residents get in front of this and provide resources. We're trying to ramp up the findhelp.org or uniteus.org websites so that residents can put in their zip code, a few keywords, and then find out what resources are available. That's in process. It's live now, but it's in process about adding more and more resources. But truly, until we reduce the stigma of asking for help, we're not going to get in front of this. You know, I would imagine that all of you reach out for help when you have a broken clavicle, that you reach out for help when you maybe have a heart attack. We need to get to the point where we all reach out for help when we have a mental health illness or a mental health issue as well. All right. The last piece of that is that we are also, public health is distributing Narcan or naloxone to folks. If you have someone that might be at risk for an overdose, we have resources to provide free naloxone to those families or to those individuals. If you don't know what that is, that's the nasal spray that if somebody overdoses, you can apply that naloxone, and in most cases, it reverses the result or the overdose. And helps them recover very quickly. Until they're ready to get into a recovery program, we want to make sure that folks stay alive. So we can make that available to residents. If you go onto our Cobb and Douglas Public Health website, you can just hit the contact us and we'll make sure to get that to you. Can you repeat those other websites again, please? Sure. It's called cobbanddouglaspublichealth.org. Oh, findhelp.org or uniteus.org. And just be a little patient with us. There's a few agencies in the community that are trying to help ramp up and get agencies listed on those websites, so it's not a full option of what resources are available in Cobb County yet. All right. 2 more topics and I'll be done, Mayor. The first is to help residents accurately and quickly and privately identify if they have a sexually transmitted infection. Public Health is now providing free at-home test kits that screen for HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, and trichomoniasis. And so you can go onto our website or the Georgia DPH website and you order those test kits. They come very quickly to your home. You can complete them at home, mail them back free to our labs, and then the results are provided to you through a patient portal. So that's completely free to get those tests done. And so our hope is that it enables residents to have better and quicker access to those STI diagnosis tests and then be able to access treatment if needed. And so that's a new service that we've just rolled out the last month, and we hope that that will help start to reduce some of our STI rates across the state. Lastly, I want to end on a very high note. We are continuing our enthusiastic planning for the new South Cobb Public Health Center. You all may know that we have a small public health center that's down on where the Cobb County Recreation and the Boys and Girls Club and the Aquatic Center. We have a small health center that we opened back in, I came to public health in '97. We opened it in 2001, I believe. But it's a small facility, and we're only able to provide our WIC services and our Healthy Start program at that location. We are excited that we have partnered with the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority and the Cobb County government to open up a new facility. Our vision is about a 30,000 square foot facility, about 1.5 miles from here, right on Riverside Pkwy, that would offer not only expanded public health services like our WIC and our prenatal case management services, HIV testing, some of our other services, but also that we would partner to provide with someone to provide primary care for adults and children, mental health services, and community linkages. So we have raised $13 million of the $16 million that we need to build that facility. And we expect to be able to break ground in early 2024, and then hopefully open that in early 2025. So I'm excited about that. Let me tell you, I have been a healthcare professional in Cobb County for about 35 years now. This is one of the projects that I've been most excited about. And I have promised Dr. Memark that I would not retire until the ribbon was cut on that facility. So I am committed to seeing that through by 2025. I think that's it. Again, thank you for the invitation. If there's anything else I can answer, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't. Does anyone have any questions? No?
The only question I had is, once that facility opens, will the other facility remain open?
Really good question. That's still in discussion. We're trying to make sure that we have all the services that we want to provide in this part of the county and for this community covered with the building that we can build. If we can't, then we may have some of those services still located in our original building. And if not, we'll turn it back over. If we get everything covered like we want to in a one-stop shop, then we'll turn that building back over to the county. Okay?
Great. Thank you.
One thing, are you staying around for the meeting? Because I have a question I can ask you. You staying around?
Sure. As long as it's not like till like 1 a.m., I'm happy to stay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that update. As a lot of you know, that you know, in Mableton, there's a couple things that's really keen to a lot of us, and access to public health is one of those things in all parts of our county. So knowing that in the southern part of the city that we've had what some would consider a health access desert, along with food deserts and other things, this is going to be one of those things that directly attribute to solving that. So thank you for that. Lisa, I definitely do appreciate you coming. And any of the things that she held up is back there in the back of the room, so they're all free. Be willing to take them on your way out if you need to. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I would actually like to have one more speaker. We actually have our state representative, Terry Cummings, who is here and would like to provide a community update for District 39.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
First, Mayor, good to see you back on the mend.
Thank you,
And I want to thank everyone that attended my event last night at the Mabel House Art Center on HB 520 and mental health. I would specifically like to thank Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Jeffcoat, Councilmember Ogg, and Councilmember Herndon for coming out and support. And I think for all of you that attended, you learned an awful lot of information about this bill, about the extent of the problem, and what we down at the legislature are doing to address this problem. And this was it's a bipartisan bill, and it was a bipartisan event. And I was very intentional in who I invited to be a part of the panel. And one of the people that appeared that participate is State Representative Sharon Cooper, who is the chairperson of the Public Health Committee. She's a very high-ranking Republican within the General Assembly, and she's on the Cobb delegation. And she stole the show. If anybody knows Representative Cooper, she is 80 years old, and she is sharp as a tack, and she is a nurse. That's her background, and this is one of her, passions. So we also had Judge Ann Miller, who sits on the Cobb County Superior Court. She's in charge of the accountability of mental health courts, and we had 80 people. So I was hoping for 30, we got 80, so I was very happy with that outcome. For my next little announcement, I would like Dr. Boyd to come up here with me. You might want to walk around. One of the things I've been trying to do is to make a difference within Mableton and within the community, and an opportunity came across my desk to engage with PNC Bank about bringing a mobile unit over to this area, because this area is a well-known bank desert, grocery desert, doesn't have much as far as services. And I should call it, instead of mobile banking, because people think they're cell phones, it's a mobile branch, literally a branch on wheels, a 30-foot truck. So when I received a call about it, the first place that I thought of, because it has to be big enough, is the EpiCenter. And talked to Dr. Boyd on it, and I didn't even have to explain it, he was on board. So we've had some meetings with PNC Bank, and it's going to be happening. And I will let Dr. Boyd. Am I going to put you on the side?
Oh, it's so good.
Okay, cool. You want to talk about for a second?
Sure.
When? Okay.
As Lisa would tell you, we'd love to say yes here at Riverside EpiCenter. Mayor Owens would tell you the same. But we're grateful to be a resource. So, we are here as a community resource. And so with PNC Bank, with thanks to the state representative, we are excited to be able to offer PNC Bank here twice a month, 2 hours each time that they are here, starting hopefully on September 8th. That's what we're looking forward to. So it's going to be, again, and I know it sounds very minimal, but you have to start somewhere. So twice a month, which is a Friday. So we normally every second and fourth Fridays, we have our food truck village. And so we'll also have the mobile bank here as part of our food truck village, so that as we attract people out, whether it be from commercial or from residential, they will have the opportunity to engage with the banking partners right here on site. And it'll be a festive kind of experience. And tell your neighbors, tell your friends, this is where you can come and get engaged. So we're so grateful and thankful. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and we're excited about it.
Thank you. So, thank you. So it's a real branch on wheels. It's a 30-foot truck. People will be able to go inside. They can open up an account. They can add money to the account. They can do any financial transactions just about that you would do at a branch. It also will have an ATM. And just to let folks know, I've already engaged with Sam, with Austell Community Task Force to get the word out. Council members Ron Davis and Dami Aladapo are on board because it impacts most of their areas. It's still on the, still reaching out to some more folks. And the bank, they understand it's going to take a while to really get folks to get the word out about it. To answer one question that most people are probably thinking, they do not do Saturdays. and trust. We talked about that because that was the first thing that pops in everybody's mind. But they've been in several areas within the metropolitan area, but they do not do Saturdays. And on September the 16th, I'm going to have a free pizza event for seniors. If you're a senior in high school or you just graduated, trying to figure out what to do. I'm not a job counselor, but it's going to be more like a meet and greet. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cummings. With that said, Madam Clerk, shall we move on to item 8, which is our new business?
The first order of new business is the first read of a City of Mableton purchase and policy. And our attorney will explain.
I was simply going to say that we're bringing this to the council today as a first read, as a purchasing policy, in efforts to, as a way of looking forward, knowing that as a city we are going to have things that we need to purchase. Thus far, anything that we've talked about purchasing, I think, has obviously not been under a specific purchasing policy we have here, but at least under the state government contract, which we can leverage as a local municipality. However, that won't fit for all circumstances, so it's important that the City of Mableton adopt our own purchasing policy. So that's why this is on the agenda for the first read. And Madam Attorney, if you have details, please share.
Yes, Mayor. So this purchasing policy, it's brought to you, and just to clarify with the council, you're not anywhere near in a position to actually adopt a purchasing policy, but I have brought this to you because, one, it's one of the larger policies that you'll adopt as far as the policies that your administration will adhere to. So that means it requires a lot of attention, a lot of tailoring, a lot of specializing to what the council directs are going to be just the policies that you'd like to have in place. So I will say that section 6.32, 6.32 of your charter says that during the transition period that you'll actually put this together. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't, naturally, it doesn't anticipate that you'll have it immediately. So my goal is to present this policy tonight so that, and just to make you aware that this is something that your charter anticipates that during the course of transition that you will put in place to give you meaningful opportunity to provide feedback, because obviously a policy that's this extensive, it would be unrealistic to expect for you to be able to give substantial feedback at this point and then immediately. And then also, it's a standard policy that most cities in Georgia have. It's just good governance and practice to have a policy that governs purchasing. So some of the contents of this is, and this policy is modeled off of Johns Creek, and what you'll notice is that a lot of policies, purchasing policies in Georgia, are a variation of some form of this policy, because this is just a nicely written and well-drafted policy. So what it will cover is just provisions that require that when your staff is doing procurement policies and purchases, that they'll use equal opportunity principles under state and federal laws, that whatever funds are expended will be for city purposes and not for private and personal purposes or in facilitation of a city purpose. It sets who the purchasing agents will be and their authority and duties. It covers the certain procurement thresholds, competitive. It covers different type of procurements, which includes competitive as well as informal procurements. The competitive procurements include requests for informal quotes, invitations to bid, requests for proposals, and then the informal procurements will include single source or sole source purchases, emergency procurements, exceptions to the procurement policy, and all of these policies are outlined, explained, clarified within this document. It also covers grants and donations. As a city, I fully anticipate that similar to all other cities in Georgia, you'll receive substantial state and federal funding, either just in any type form. So this policy essentially states that when you get that funding, the federal government, the state of Georgia, sometimes they have different requirements, and they say that, look, if you're going to accept this money, you have to do this. So this policy clarifies that if you receive grant money, free money from a state or federal or a government agency, that your staff, as long as the council approves the receipt of that funding, your staff is allowed to rely on the requirements for that particular funding versus the requirements that you've set in place. So it just gives that clarification. It sets local vendor preferences. When you put out requests for proposals, bids, it gives people who reside in Mableton and who have a certain number of employees and a certain business brick and mortar specifications. It just gives them preferences for local bidding, for the particular bidding that you do. So this is just a great policy to have in place. My plan is, as you have future discussions, I will take notes. Particularly, I know that we have further discussion tonight about a planning retreat. And if and when you do hold your planning retreat, I will incorporate comments and feedback. As you transition departments, we'll incorporate, you'll give additional comments, feedback, that will be incorporated. So the goal is to take this and have this made as specific and tailored as much as possible to what I anticipate your preferences would be. And then this would come back before you, and then you would, again, review everything. And then if you think that it's in a form that is suitable to you, then you would adopt at that date in the future.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Anyone have questions?
I just had one question. So I know that Cobb County and Cobb County School Board, they use electronic processes. Does this account for, the use of technology section is pretty small, but does this account for those types of applications and how that might do a lot of this work for us?
Yes, absolutely. So, and those processes can, in most cases, easily be tailored to the processes that you have in place, because most of those processes are, instead of having a paper form that you give to people, it's simply just having an electronic system where people can input data electronically, make submissions electronically, pay for any fees that are associated electronically. So it kind of eliminates the need for paper, most of those processes. So I don't foresee anything in here that would prohibit you from using those. And to the extent they did, this policy could easily be amended as you go along and you see any hiccups that interfere with anything that the council intends to do just for the best interests of the city.
I have a question. There's been a lot of concern about the fact that we are spending money, and someone just mentioned it, without having an actual budget. So with this purchasing policy, is this something that will be implemented after a budget is established, or we're trying to get this done now prior to a budget being established?
So my recommendation would be to adopt this after you establish a budget, because I think, so, and one thing that I tell a lot of people is that the very first meeting the city of Mableton had, they couldn't even purchase toilet tissue. And that's the reality. So if you can't buy toilet tissue, creating a budget is futile. And that's not just the city of Mableton, that's every single city in the state of Georgia. Every single city who incorporates, the very first time you meet, you just don't have funding. There's processes that are in place to acquire that funding. And what normally happens is as those processes continue, you get to learn what your consistent monthly flows are. Because I will tell you that the cities receive certain funding that this month it was X, and then this month it was ridiculously, dramatically different from X. So the hope is that, and is traditionally done with Georgia cities as they incorporate, the hope is that as at least 2 to 3 to 4 months pass, you will get to see a realistic basis for your cash flow. And at that point, I wouldn't recommend creating a permanent budget, but at least a preliminary transitional budget, because your budget is going to change because there's certain processes, because you are a new city, that are going to come into play that says that you can't get this money immediately like another city could. For example, your insurance premium tax funds, right now it's being paid to Cobb County, and it will continue to be paid to Cobb County until a certain statutory period of time passes by. So you just can't rely on the funding that traditional cities will receive. But I do have a place on the agenda for consideration of a planning retreat to discuss at least this preliminary funding and budgetary funding. And I think the good thing is that your first meeting was in May, so we have May, June, July, August. So I think the good thing is that we are at least now in a place where you can confidently, at least with as much reasonable confidence as you can give, set a preliminary budget. But during your transition period, your money is going to be all over the place, and that's just because state law says that, you know, certain things you can't get until certain dates, unlike other cities, and that's just the way Georgia law works. But I do recommend adopting this, a preliminary budget before you adopt this, because once you adopt this, you're going to have to adhere to it, and you just don't have the staff right now to adhere to it. You don't have the finance department, you don't have the employees, you don't have the people who can facilitate these processes. So even if you adopted it now, you just wouldn't have anyone to administer it. But the goal is that as the transition period goes along, when you do transition those departments and you do get that staff and you do have those meaningful discussions as to which departments you're going to transition initially, that you'll be able to, at that point, be in a better position to put this in place.
Thank you.
I think the only comment I have to that is put RFPs and RFQs and RFIQs. There's a lot that goes into that. and yeah, having to hold adherence to it is something obviously we're going to do, something that we're doing now. We're still doing that when the need arises to ensure that we are doing that. I appreciate Madam Attorney's comments around budget. That was something I was going to bring up later. We have mentioned that before as far as looking at October's having a preliminary transitionary budget in place. However, yes, the calls that we've received and heard about not spending anything until we have an approved budget, that is, I just don't think that's feasible. Right? I think the things that we have spent money on thus far and things that we will talk about today are critical to at least in my world, what we call keeping the lights on, KTLO. It's like if you don't spend the money on these things, you cannot exist. So I think if we hold ourselves, every one of us, accountable to that measure, right, then we will be okay and we'll move this policy forward. But as far as the questions related to the policy, Madam Attorney, I'm happy that we have a local veterans preference, because that was one of the things that I specifically wanted to have, but had also wanted to see a veterans preference when it comes to purchasing for entities in the policy.
Okay, duly noted.
Thank you.
And Madam Attorney, once the preliminary budget is established and this purchasing policy is approved, this is a working document, correct?
Oh, absolutely. You can amend it at the council's discretion at any point during your transition and during the life of the city.
All right, any further discussion on the purchasing policy? There's no other discussion. I'd like to move us forward to item 9, which we have several items there for further discussion for business needs to move forward. And the first of those is essential administrative needs, specifically around authorization for smartphones, cell phones, data services, along with computing devices, related cybersecurity, and productivity software. So there's a few things related to that. We have been able to progress with our smartphones. We got approved for that at the last meeting. We'll be moving forward with the procurement for our cell phones specifically. I think the initial quote was for 10 devices to get started with that, using AT&T's specific government service that they have, which gives us priority on the network, as I mentioned before, which is the largest benefit that was provided in contrast with other entities, was that AT&T could provide us direct cell service in the midst of tragedy or upheaval or anything, that we would still be able to provide service. Other than that, they all were very comparable. As we move to the next item, there was, and again, was mentioned early, so we're getting to these items as we can. I'll throw in a little update in here as well. Since our last meeting, we actually do have our .gov domain has been approved by the federal government. So Mableton.gov is our official online presence, is where you will be able to find us, and where will be the heart of everything else branching out from that. So as it relates to that, getting that was obviously the first step. In tandem, we were moving forward with other things that we could leverage once we had that in place. One of those things was our productivity, our cybersecurity, and then obviously our email. You have to have a domain before you can have a professional email in place. Now that we have that, I have actually presented to the council 2 different quotes that we received from a company called Daston Corporation and a company called SHI. Both are on the state government vehicle contract list. SHI is a very large systems integrator. Daston is a smaller company, however, they specialize in Google services and do have several Georgia cities that they currently support as well. Now, just to give a very brief overview on this Google Workspace business service that we will be procuring, it will do several things. Number one, it's about communicating. It's about being able to communicate with each other and about being able to communicate with the constituents in our great city. It also allows for real-time collaboration. As you guys know, we talk about being a cloud-native, cloud-first city, where we're going to focus on using as much digital security in place and be able to collaborate and work as efficiently as possible. Paper's great, but let's save some trees in the environment and be able to move faster. It will also provide video conferencing, secure video conferencing. So along with the streaming that we do, we also will be able to do video conferencing, whether that's at a very local level, at a council level, or at a city level. We'll have the ability to do secure video conferencing for, I think it's upwards of 250 to 500 different people. So we'll have a large capacity that comes with that. It'll also offer a centralized secure data storage, so we can start storing our documents and information that we collect in a safe and secure manner, but it's also centralized. There's a vaulting process that's along with that as well, that for open records requests and anything else, we'll have all of our information secure in one place that we can leverage. We also opted for the enhanced mobility package, and someone asked me before about MDM, which is mobility device management, which basically will allow us to also secure the cell phones and smart devices that we've moving forward with, to ensure that falls under the same collaboration package, that we can secure it and manage it as one entity as well. That is, and then lastly, obviously the email, right, that we can leverage and have email for everyone as we be able to move forward. So the 2 quotes for that is what is on the table. No surprise that they're the exact same amount, because again, we're leveraging the state vehicle contract for that. The amount for that is, we're quoted at 10 seat licenses for that at $162 a piece. So that will be talking about $1,620 per year to provide all the capability that I just mentioned. So with that, I would like to open the floor for any questions or discussion.
Is Daston doing it on a year by, like, it's going to have to be renewed? Because I noticed that SHI had 3 years at the same price, versus Daston only provided the same amount for 1 year. So are we going to have to renegotiate, or are they?
There's no renegotiating. They just put it at 3 year, because if this was a competitive type thing, they could have some leverage if we sign up for longer. But because it's in essence a locked contract, going 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years is no difference. It's the same cost. Any other questions, comments? If they're hearing none other, I would like to go ahead and entertain a motion that we authorize the expenditure for $1,620 for the Google Workspace platform.
So before we do that, the one question I do have is, when would that amount be owed?
I've asked for a net 90.
Net 90, okay.
Yes. Good question.
So with that said, I would like to move that the essential administrative need, the essential administrative needs conversation and all that is entailed, smartphones, cell phones, data service, computing devices, related cybersecurity and productivity software, I would like to move that we approve that and begin to go forward with it.
I have one question.
Please.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is for 10 devices, so 7 will be to the council, 1 to the clerk. Who are the other 2 devices going to?
Remember, we have approval for 2 executive assistants, so we're just being proactive in that. The charge isn't until you actually activate it, so it would be at 2, 3, 4, however many you activate. What we are doing is authorizing up to 10, but that would kick in once they're authorized. You're welcome.
I second.
Thank you. With a second, I'd like to call a question. All in favor of moving forward with item 9A for essential administrative needs, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We have approval for the essential administrative needs. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move forward to discussion of 9B, which is preparation of a preliminary classification and compensation plan. And I'll turn this over to our Madam Attorney for more details, but we wanted to make sure that we have this item in there again as we start to look at the needs that we have in the city and the needs to bring on staff. We want to make sure that it's done so in accordance with a set classification and compensation plan, which every city in the state has. As part of the packet, our attorney actually laid out a couple of different cities to give some background, something to compare to, but I also asked that we put in the compensation survey plan from the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, DCA, and that's what I personally have been looking at when it comes to what salaries, both salaried and on an hourly basis that we've had going forward. So with that, Madam Attorney, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So this particular item, this is brought to you similar to the procurement policy, just to provide preliminary discussions and to just make sure that you're aware that your charter anticipates that you'll put a classification and pay plan in place. That's section 314 of your charter. Most cities have a classification and pay plan. It's very common. And essentially, this is not a classification and pay plan. Once you establish what the parameters of the salaries for the City of Mableton will be, that will be formalized in a formal document that lists actual positions, and it'll be similar to this, but it will just include the positions that you establish. When you have your future discussions in the planning retreats and just at council meetings, that information and feedback will be used to help tailor the classification and pay plan that's specific to Mableton. Your classification and pay plan will be somewhat different from a lot of cities, particularly because, one, you did not set a millage, meaning that you're not getting property taxes, or you're not funding the city based on property taxes for your operation specifically. So you are using funding that is not traditionally exclusively relied on by other cities, and that's like your permit funding, your goodness, your fees, your planning and zoning fees, your alcohol taxes, hotel motel taxes, franchise fees. Because you were utilizing very specific services pursuant to the feasibility study, which you can change, but right now, because you are on that course, your classification schedule should focus heavily on the positions for those particular items. So that's why I mean, if you look at some of these positions like police, fire, you won't have really a substantial need to set those salaries. So my recommendation, when you do adopt your preliminary, your inaugural classification schedule, would be to wait until you actually establish those departments to set that compensation. One, because if you don't establish those departments for several years, the salaries will be, just the traditional salaries will have increased by that point, and you wouldn't want to, you wouldn't be very competitive trying to solicit public safety officers in 3 years based on public safety salaries that you set, in 2023. So this too will be tailored based upon the information, the guidance, and the feedback that you give in your planning sessions and these future discussions that will ensue. So basically, just to kind of give you clarity as to what this document is, it came from the Department of Community Affairs. If you go to the website, you can pull it up. And what the Department of Community Affairs does is that each year it asks local jurisdictions, hey, can you complete this survey? Can you tell us what amount of money your employees are being paid by your local government? So what I did is I pulled the cities in Cobb County who reported this information to DCA for 2022, which was Ackworth, Marietta, Powder Springs, Smyrna, Austell. And when you input the most recent year available, which was 2022, and then those specific Cobb cities, it creates this chart automatically on DCA's website. And so what you'll see, like, for example, it says for, and I will say Ackworth, I thought was, and I don't want to make Ackworth's council or city manager upset, but I thought their salaries were very low relative to other jurisdictions. So I thought the city of Marietta was a good model to go by. I think they have one of the most current classification and pay schedules. So you'll notice disparities between Marietta and Ackworth. Yeah. But ultimately, it will be the council's decision as to what salary schedules will be set. The charter doesn't anticipate that you'll have this immediately, so it relaxes this requirement during your transition period, which is the 2-year period that you that you facilitate your incorporation requirements. But it does anticipate that at the end of that 2-year period that you will have this in place. So, goodness, there was one other thing I wanted to share. So if I think about it, I'll tell you at a future meeting. But yeah, this is basically just coming to you, and this is going to be tailored, like I said, to your specification, and then it will be presented to you. Oh, so what happens after you adopt it? So when you adopt this doesn't mean that this is going to be the salary of this person. What it does is it creates a scale. A range. And then you will designate people through your personnel policies, which is typically the mayor, the city manager, or the city manager's delegee. But you will empower certain high supervisory level people within the city to set a salary within the confines of that salary range. And then what they will do is they will use experience, just other information that's made available to them through the application process. And then they will go to that particular position. They'll look and see, okay, the council said I can pay this person this to this, and then they will negotiate a salary with that person. So that's the way it works after you adopt this. But again, this likely won't be ready for adoption. This will probably, my recommendation would be you could probably adopt this, and I definitely would recommend adopting this sooner than the procurement policy, because in the near future, you're going to need to have some level of staff. You're going to have people who are facilitating these processes. And that's part of the planning and retreat discussion that I have, that we have on the agenda for later. So I would adopt this as soon as you're comfortable and you've had those discussions, and just keep in mind, you can change this at your discretion. So once you adopt it, if you see that you're not as competitive as you would like to be in getting, talent, you can increase the amount. So it's amendable at the council's will.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I've also known two things as I've kind of poured through this data and looking around the state. There's two variables that seem to kind of pop out. One is population size. So I think it's important that when we're looking at what salaries may be, to partner or at least comparing that to a city of comparable size. And then the other one is I've noticed is how far away you are from the city of Atlanta. The further out you're away, that it seems that a lot of these salaries do go further down. So it's not surprising to me that a city like Ackworth, as great as that city is, to be the furthest away from the city of Atlanta, as well as having a relatively smaller population, that those numbers would kind of decline a bit. Yeah. But yes, I would when I'm looking at this, I definitely want to keep in mind that looking at cities that are comparable in size and in proximity to the city of Atlanta will continue to make us to be competitive when it comes to ensuring that we can hire the best people possible to help us grow the city. Anyone else? No. Yeah. So with no other discussion with that, I think we can move on. Oh, you had some? I'm sorry.
I didn't know it was open for discussion.
Oh, yes, please. Please, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I had a question for the attorney. So am I clear in understanding that the council is to adopt whatever the salary range is going to be for these various positions? Is that
Correct.
What you said? Okay.
Correct.
So I do have one question. Did we post for an executive assistant? Was that our post or was that
Yes,
someone else?
that was ours.
Okay. Because we haven't established a salary, and there's been a bit of an uproar because the salary range is equivalent of between 40 and 71,000. Is that,
Yeah,
was that determined by us, or was that a mistake?
No, it wasn't, and any salary range of upwards of 70, 80,000, whatever I heard, was not the case, right? It wasn't supposed to be. What was posted was for the executive assistant, one of the two that was already approved, and in that approval, it specifically said that at a commensurate rate, right? That was to be negotiated. So it doesn't fall under this because we had already approved that outside of that. However, whatever salary, and it's no different than the rate that, or the negotiation that we took on for our financial consultant, for our city clerk, and for our city attorney. They were all approved under the same process. And so we're just getting to it now because, quite frankly, we didn't want to spend that money prior until we had significant funds coming in. But now we have significant funds coming in, and we have the need to enhance our communications, have someone that can, manage calendars and schedules and communicate with our constituents. That posting was put out in order to fulfill that approval that we got a couple of months back.
Okay, so the salary for that position is going to be negotiated during
Yes.
the course of the interviews?
Yes, or once an offer is extended.
Okay, and who determines the salary range? Would that be?
I will. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that, what other positions would fall under an agreed-upon salary range? Or is it going to be filled on an as-need basis, and if we don't have this established, then you would determine whatever the salary would be?
Well, the only two is the two executive assistants, the roles that we have. The others have already been filled, right? So until we come together as a council and authorize anyone else to be brought on board, then no, there would be no negotiations. If we did decide to bring someone on prior to that, then the same process would take place with that. We would say authorize either at a top level or what's commensurate to market rate. And going back to the DCA, this right here can quickly tell us what market rate is for an executive assistant or for whatever role it may be. Yeah, I think there was a mistake. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll move on. And I wanted to make note because I know we went through 9A and we spoke about Daston for Google, but we did not, no one brought up Paylocity or Paycom, which is for our payroll. So the same process went through to identify companies that could provide payroll services for us as a city. Again, we're kind of the theme of the night talking about hiring and pay and things of that nature. I'd like to note that no one has actually gotten paid for anything from the city at this point in time. Not myself, nor any of the council or any vendors or anyone. So in order for anyone to get paid and for us to move forward, it's imperative we actually have a payroll system in place that can adequately track and do the analysis of everything that needs to be done for a payroll system. So we've gone through and been able to narrow down based on a set of requirements to specific companies as it relates to payroll that are online secure payroll companies that can automate tons of the needs that we have. Because again, without having payroll clerks and administrators and finance teams, we really looked for companies that could be very specific in being able to handle these set of requirements and needs for us online and without a lot of overhead. Paycom and Paylocity were the two. I would like to thank Frank, our finance consultant, and our clerk, Susan, for helping kind of work through these. So the amounts for those, I wanted to be very transparent with that, is a total annual investment of right around $3,500, $3,323.88, with an anticipated setup fee of around $350. That would be to curtail the system to the City of Mableton to ensure that whatever policies and payroll aspects we come up with will be catered to build out the system to support that. The way that the systems work, we pay based on when payroll is run. So if payroll was run twice a month, you would have a monthly fee of around $270. That is currently based on, again, 10 employees. And yes, the mayor and city council, as far as the IRS is concerned, we are employees of the city. So we are W-2 employees, which would fall under the payroll that's run from the city. So again, basic numbers around that was, we got comparable quotes for around 10 employees. The cost, again, annual cost of around $3,500. A monthly fee that has 2 payrolls run every 2 weeks would be roughly $270, so between $230 and $270, with an initial implementation fee of $350 to $450. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear about what that was. It was in the packet, but we didn't explicitly talk about the cost. So was there any questions, concerns around that?
Yeah, thank you, because I was going to ask about this, but are we comparing apples to apples here? Because Paylocity is this big and Paycom is huge. So are we apples to apples?
There are apples to apples. The only item that that did not, you're talking about the line items?
Yes.
Yeah. So Paycom is an organization that is used by many cities in the state of Georgia. I can tell you that, where Paylocity kind of struggled in that area to find people that actually use them in government settings. So that was obviously a big plus for Paycom. They were a lot more judicious in laying out everything that they did, but by all means, Paycom has turned out to be the preferred vendor for this, and something that our finance consultant has suggested as well.
The other question, when you look at Paylocity's investment summary, there's a little asterisk that says annualized fees do not include usage-based fees. So are there possibly hidden fees that we have with Paylocity that we don't, because I don't see that same statement with Paycom?
Correct. Yes, they were devils in details with some things, like their LMS system, their learning management system, depending on how many classes you would add, could potentially cause their price to go up. So yes. But I think not authorizing any more than that top level kind of keeps us, if we have to come back, if we want to add a robust learning management program, or if we want to add some other things, at some point in time, HR is going to be a discussion to have. So to link in other things, but this gets us a very sound base payroll system that we can start to leverage to at least build to be able to move forward with.
All right, last question. Is there a setup fee with Paycom?
There is.
Okay.
There is. The setup fee for Paycom, they cover in the called client conversion, $263.
Got it.
And they have training that is included as well. Another bonus of Paycom is that instead of having to call a help desk, they actually have a dedicated client service manager for the city that they will assign.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Great, thank you for that. My apologies on that oversight. So that takes us to 9C. And that is discussion around the planning retreat. And Madam Attorney, do you have comment there?
Yes, Mayor. So Mayor, it's my recommendation that in the near future that the council hold a planning retreat. And this is for the purpose of just taking ideally 2 days, 1 or 2 days, to focus on very specific items. If the council is willing, I would recommend having a vision and a mission specialist present because they are able to help the council narrow its focus. Well, I'll say use the word narrow, but in a big picture sense, they're able to help the council kind of reach a consensus about the vision and mission for the city moving forward. And I know that each council member, as they were running for office, received tremendous constituent feedback, resident recommendations. So that would be a perfect opportunity to collectively share those recommendations, what constituents recommend and have advised each of you that they would like to see with respect to your representation, and then to put that in a form that incorporates a unified vision and mission. And traditionally, cities will have a vision and mission specialist come in to facilitate this. That cost for the last city that I helped facilitate this for, I think it was in the $2,000 to $3,000 range. So it's just your discretion as to whether you want to do that at this point. But I do recommend that at some point, and the sooner the better, that you actually have someone who can come in and help you have that discussion. And then at the planning retreat, I also recommend that you have a discussion on the service priorities, because the feasibility study anticipates that at a minimum that you will offer planning and zoning, code enforcement, sanitation, as well as parks and recreation services. Obviously, you can't transition all of that at one time, so you're going to have to collectively decide what priority do we want to transition these departments. So sharing what your priorities are and the path that you would like to see those departments transition moving forward, I think would be extremely helpful. It'll be helpful for me with respect to giving you future documentation so that I know that what I give you is specifically tailored to the actual path and course that you want, the direction that you want the city to go. And then also just to have staffing discussions, which will help us with the classification schedule to make substantial progress on that. Because when I get feedback, okay, not only are these the priorities, whatever service priorities that you share during that session, those will be the positional priorities that we put emphasis on in your classification schedule. And then also the staffing, not only will you need staffing for those particular services, but you'll need just standard traditional staffing to even be able to facilitate those services. And that's going to be your HR, your finance, your IT, your city manager. Eventually, you'll need to hire a city manager. Right now, we're using the mayor as the city manager, which is what your charter anticipates. So when we do have these resolutions that we've adopted and a lot of administrative processes, communications with the county, we have, the mayor has graciously agreed to take that role, but eventually your charter envisions that you'll have a city manager that's put in place for that function primarily. So just those discussions about what your vision is for your initial staffing and those service priorities. And then because you have had money that has come in over the last 4 months, or let's see, you've had how many complete months? All of May, all of June, all of July, all of August. So yeah, you've had 4 months that you've had funding come in. It would be great to have a budget presentation, one where the basic components of the budget is that information is shared with you, and then also a spreadsheet that shows what money has come in, the level of consistency that's anticipated for these funds, and just to present a preliminary draft of a preliminary transitional budget. You wouldn't adopt this budget at this retreat. You'd have to go through a special adoption process to actually adopt a budget, but it would start those conversations to have this budget crafted and to be able to be put in a form that is most likely to get a consensus when it is presented before you for adoption. And then also just to share and answer questions you have about the money that's come in and the funding. So I think that having a really nice budget discussion would be a great part of that planning retreat as well. So that's just my recommendation. And I know that I think a couple of council members, I know there's been discussion about setting a date. So if you're willing and agreeable, my recommendation would be to have that discussion and to set a date in the near future.
Yeah, Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
And so I've had an opportunity to work with Georgia Municipal Association, Michael McPherson, on setting a tentative date and time for our planning retreat. And we've all come up with the general consensus that that retreat will take place September 14th through the 16th. And we've been able to work on getting a draft agenda together. Once we've had an opportunity to share that, we will finalize it, finalize the agenda, excuse me. And so the dates right now are for September 14th through the 16th for the planning retreat.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are we allowed to ask questions or not at this time?
It says, is it germane to the discussion of the retreat? Go ahead.
I do want to also add that the retreat is local, so it's not at,
It's not a weekend at Chateau.
No, exactly. So it's going to be downtown at the Georgia Municipal Association, which is, I believe, on Pryor Street. So it was where we originally had our orientation. So we're obviously cognizant of the costs and that sort of thing. So we are thankful that the Georgia Municipal Association is allowing us to have our retreat there.
And Councilwoman, you're welcome. Is there a cost for, occupation for us using their facilities and AV?
No, there's no cost. So, that serves us well. So, no cost associated.
Thank you.
Sorry, so there's no cost like the last one? It's not 750, it's just absolutely, just verify.
Not to my understanding, no.
I hadn't heard either.
But
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised by that.
And what's been brought up was when we had our orientation, the cost was $750 a day, and that's the charge or that's a cost that Georgia Municipal Association charged us to use the facility, projectors, everything else, and bring in the subject matter experts and to do the training.
So I stand corrected. So yes, that still stands.
Okay.
Yes. What I essentially mean is that the cost is deferred. Yeah.
But there is a $750 cost a day for the facility.
It will be the same as,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's going to be 3 days, so that would be $2,250?
Not 3 days. So it'll be Thursday, 5 to 8 p.m. So that's a couple hours on Thursday, all day Friday, and all day Saturday. So about 2.5 days. Yeah.
I'm sure that beats Chateau Elan.
Will there be a need to RSVP or anything?
Any meeting that we have, including this upcoming retreat that I think we're discussing, there will be a notice that will go out specifying when and where it will be, as well as an agenda that we just talked about. So that meeting, like all of our other meetings, are public and are open, and the public is welcome unless there is a need to go into executive session.
Will y'all have to stay in motels there?
No.
No, we will stay at home and then just drive back and forth there.
Do you know if the parking will be free for people who want to attend? Is GMA going to open up their parking deck for the public?
That's actually a great question. So I can go back and research that and then share it.
Because I think the local parking lots around there are like $14 a day or something. It's a lot.
So is the cost deferred until you get your budget in place? Is that the idea? So it's not like a free, here you go, you can use this space. It's deferred until a later date, right? And so is that later date once a budget is established? Is that how that works?
So I want to be careful about how we open all dialogue here, but yes, any deferred cost, particularly with Georgia Municipal Association, they are. This is a little different. Georgia Municipal Association, for those who do not know, is the they are the kind of governing body of cities for the state of Georgia. Their job is to help cities, to advocate for cities, to ensure that we have the things at our disposal that we need to do to ensure that we can govern effectively. And they do that in a multitude of different ways. So they have been gracious enough, not only with the previous orientation, but with many things that they've done to say, yes, this is the cost on top of waiving, I think, the first year's membership to the organization, which is a lot of money. I think it's $30,000, $40,000 maybe. And that's just another discussion for another day. But what they've been willing to do, and what they've continued to tell all of us, is that they will defer costs for anything they charge us until we are on solid ground and solid footing to where we can make payments. As mentioned earlier, we have not paid anybody for anything thus far. As it relates to training, to orientation, to these meetings that we have, to the video servicing that's going on, to literally your servants that are up here today. No one has gotten paid for anything thus far. So I want to reiterate that because I think it's important. However, I think this meeting has crystallized some of those things that we are moving forward and doing those things that we need to do necessarily, whether it's looking at salary ranges, whether it's looking at actual payroll and purchasing policy to move us towards that way. I can't speak for GMA personally, but I will say that services or payment for services rendered has not been an item that's came up for discussion at all, and I don't anticipate it. We will probably be the ones to go to them and tell them we are ready to pay before they come to us and ask us for any funds.
Why don't y'all try to do some things like that here in Mableton? I mean, I know a place you can rent about $350 a day. I mean, here in Mableton, save you gas.
I think that's a great point. I think a lot of these things on this, that to be discussed, the vision, the mission, it's really something that's going to be done among the council, is it not? It's not something that GMA needs to coach us through. We just need to have, could it be accomplished in a work session?
Well, that work session will be done. I will be at GMA. Again, they have hundreds of cities that are currently working through various different processes that they bring online every year. I trust and believe that with their tutelage and with their expertise that they could help us get to where we need. Not to say that we couldn't do it ourselves. Not that we couldn't do it ourselves. I'm very confident in the capability of the mayor and this council. However, I think having the expertise of an organization like GMA is well worth the funds that we would have. The idea of doing it in Mableton versus doing it downtown, then that would potentially look at cost and availability of GMA staff. Again, we're talking 9 miles from the city of Mableton. We're not going far to get this planning done. I do think it's important too, as this is called a retreat on purpose, is that we do want to be focused on what we're doing and the nature at hand of what we're trying to do. It is a work session. That is what we're doing. But we're leveraging people at GMA, again, experts and subject matter expertise to be able to do this effectively and efficiently. I hear the calls out there. I do want to make sure that the city, as constituents, are involved and engaged, and you will be hearing within the next several days about what we want to do with that to make sure that that local input is put in. Even if you cannot make it to the retreat or you choose not to, we still want to make sure that we provide a way to where all of our citizens have a way to have input. And with that said, I'll get that little plug. If you have not signed up for the Mableton notifications, now that we're getting our email online, it's going to be very important. I'll save that to our comments, which I think, Madam Clerk, we are at, if I'm not mistaken. So that takes us to item 10.
Mayor?
Are we done with discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I actually had a question, because I think
Okay.
I need some clarification, because I thought the retreat was us being able to use the facility so that we could do our work session. Is it that now that GMA or staff or something, they're going to be training us in some sort of way where they would charge the $750? Because I don't think I had that understanding. I mean, are we clear on whether they're going to be charging or not, or are they?
So there were two things that looked at being charged. One was the facilities and space. The other thing was what Madam Attorney mentioned about having expertise to guide, not necessarily train, but to guide and work through some of those processes. So I think those are two different things. Now, the question that is open, which Councilwoman Jeffcoat has said she will find out and return back to us, is if there legitimately is a $750 a day charge, which she thinks that there is, but we don't have clarity on that. Correct. And again,
We can find out before we actually, because we have a date set, I think we should know whether they're going to charge us or not.
Yes, and so what I can do is reach out to them tomorrow, and then we'll know something definitively by then, and then we can know, what we want to do from there.
And how are the communications as far as reaching a lot of the neighbors in Mableton? Because I just happened to find an email from a neighbor, and I know my neighbor didn't know anything about this.
I'm going to make sure I address more communications in our comments. Councilwoman Herndon, do you have anything else? I'm sorry.
Is this something where, is this just purely discussion? Are we taking a vote on whether we are approving to do this, or?
I don't think there's a vote to be had, because if there's a financial aspect to it, then we would, but we don't have a definitive unless we're, go ahead, Madam Attorney.
Yeah, so you would need to vote tonight unless you're agreeable to coming back before
That's
the
what I
retreat.
was-
Because it is scheduled for the
Yeah.
14th, which is not a substantial amount of time for you to come back,
Yep.
but you would, to make the expenditure, you would need to make a decision tonight as to whether,
Yeah.
if there is a cost, it can be incurred. I mean, it can be paid by the city. And then also, I would need confirmation on the vision and mission specialist, which you don't have to have It's better to have sooner than later, because I've just seen it with other cities be very helpful in creating that collective vision. But like I said, the authorization I would request for an amount not to exceed maybe $3,000. I think from recollection that the last vision and mission specialist charged 32 to 35. But I just have not started negotiations or discussions with anyone because I just haven't had your approval to entertain that. But if you want it to be part of that retreat, then I think it is going to be within that range. And of course, I'll try to negotiate it as far down as possible. But I would just need to have confirmation tonight as to whether you want it to include that component within this particular upcoming session.
Madam Attorney, can you talk more about what a vision and mission specialist role is at the retreat? I mean, obviously, I know to assist and support, but what does that look like?
So with previous cities, it's taken probably about, maybe it's a 4-hour activity, 4 to 6 hour activity. And this person comes in and they have you collectively share certain things, and they formulate that into a official vision statement, and then they do the same thing with respect to the mission. So they serve as a facilitator and a collaborator and a moderator, and they do that, from what I recall, I think it was 4 hours maybe for each one. So maybe it's a 4 to 6 hour, it's a 4 to 6 hour activity, however. But I just remember from recollection that it was at least a $3,000 cost to have this person come in and provide this service.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I think at this time, knowing that we have consensus around a date, what I would like to entertain is that, because we don't know of the actual cost of the facilities, but our expectation is that it could be up to $750 a day, and we're looking at $250. Looking at 2.5 days. Mm-hmm. So potentially that. So I would be willing to entertain a motion that to move forward with our scheduled retreat at a cost not to exceed $750 per day, not to exceed 2.5 days, and I think keep the expenditures capped at that.
I just don't know how we're going to be able to get community input before September 14th. I think the vision and the mission of Mableton is really important to be heard when we're making this decision. It's not going to be in Mableton that we're doing this. We already have Councilwoman Oladapo is not going to be able to attend. I'm not going to be able to attend half of it based on the date because I have a medical procedure on that date, or at least one of those dates. I'm just... We know what our staffing priorities are because we know what services we'll be taking over zoning, permitting, parks, and code enforcement. I think we could have it locally and some work sessions, even over a span of a couple work sessions, and accomplish something very similar. And that's just my thoughts on it.
Any other comment?
So with Councilwoman Oladapo, the intention was to have the facility accommodate that. And so it was my understanding that, and we can talk about that as well, that you would be just gone for a couple of hours. And so everyone will provide their level of input at this retreat so that we're able to do it. And again, to the mayor's point, it's 9 miles away. And GMA has offered so graciously up their facilities so that we could be able to do this. So those are my thoughts.
Can I ask a question? Would it be more important to have the mission and, what is it, purpose, mission, and purpose?
Vision. Mission and vision.
Would it be more important to have that piece as opposed to having the GMA people there? What I'm hearing from the attorney is that to have that is much more central than GMA, perhaps. And I don't really know, it's been kind of vague what GMA is providing. You said training, all that kind of training. If in fact, you need that
I think we can look at what, continue to look at what the specific agenda will look like for that session. I think everyone on council will agree that we definitely do need time to be together and plan and put ideas together, and that is what the retreat is for. Regardless of what items wind up highlighted for the actual agenda itself, is not my chief concern. And to be blunt, I'm not completely sold on the idea of bringing in a specialist for vision and mission at this time. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't usurp the need for us to have a retreat so that we can go over a multitude of different things. Budget being very high on that list, as well as some of our staffing needs and some of the service priorities. I'm with, I think, many people when I talk about what our vision mission is and what it's going to look like. I want to make sure that it represents what the people of Mableton wants it to be. And I mentioned earlier that I want to make sure we find avenues and opportunities to have your voices heard. And trust me when I say we will be putting things in the works very soon to make that happen. So I don't see the need of that causing a conflict as to not being able to move forward with the retreat. This is our first retreat. It may be the first retreat of many, first work sessions of many. So unless I'm hearing additional scheduling concerns, I don't see the need to not have this and not move forward with it. If there is we talked about the cost component. The only way for us to move forward with this now is we either look at going back, getting another getting consensus on the date, or either we look at, or a secondary to that is the $750 cost, which Councilman Jeffcoat is determining. Is there anything else that I'm missing from this?
No, Mayor, and the vision and the mission component can easily be even in this facility. Like we can bring the moderator in and have her do it here. So I think it's not necessarily where it happens more than just in the near future, in the reasonably near future. But it doesn't have to be obviously at the retreat coming up.
Okay.
I think I kind of take a little exception, and I don't mean any disrespect to anyone. It's like we made a plan and we confirmed a date, and we didn't get information as to whether we were going to be charged for it or not. So I was moving forward thinking that, because GMA has extended their space, and they said, this is your space, you can use it whenever. So I was thinking that this particular session, they were going to allow us to use the space for us to work. And so I'm caught off guard today that there is a potential cost, because I had no idea. It was never mentioned at all while we were planning this.
So I do want to level set and say that I've had conversations with GMA about this particular retreat, and it was an assumption that was made that it would be the same as our training, but to your point, we're actually paying for that training. So I do need to reach back out to them and get further clarification on that, which, I will know something as early as tomorrow, definitively on whether or not there will be a cost associated with it. But I wouldn't anticipate it being anything in the upwards of what we were already initially paying for that training, which was the $750 per day. And ideally, obviously, we want to be able to utilize their facilities at no cost. But at the most, it would be that $750 per day.
So at this point, my question is, are we, in the interest of time, tabling this conversation till we get more information? Are we looking to do a general something, or what is it?
So I propose entertaining a motion that would approve us moving forward at the $750, no more than $750 a day, no more than 2.5 days. But there is a clear understanding that we don't know if that's going to be a cost at all or not. So the issue with tabling it means that if there is a cost associated with it, we would have to delay the whole, the retreat.
So I did have an opportunity to reach out to Michael McPherson, and he has confirmed that it is the same as the cost of the training. So it is $750 per day.
Thank you for that. So with that said, again, I'll entertain a motion that we approve the planned retreat at the given cost of $750 a day, not to exceed 2.5 days.
So before we do that, so are we considering that number to be $1,750, $2,000? Like, what is that number that we're potentially looking at?
$750 times 2.5.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not a math whiz, my bad.
And also,
I did 750, 250. What is that half day?
Michael McPherson said that he'll send us the scope of work in the morning, so we should know that.
1850? 1805.
Yes.
Come on, TJ.
Yeah, 1805.
I didn't run as a math genius. That's Stephanie.
Or if he sends a scope of work, before he sends it, can you ask him maybe to reach out to me? Because I think that, and I know you asked, me and you have had communication about what things I think, but I just want to make sure that he's aware of things that I think are very high priority for the council.
Yes, he's aware. What you sent to me, I forwarded to him. And
Okay.
so he's included policy review and revenues discussion, the mission statement development, as well as the vision, and then service priorities, and some of the other ones that you actually sent out to me. He's aware of those. And it's on the draft agenda, so I'll let him know tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And you're free to give him my cell number too. Yeah, thank you.
So I'd like to present the motion that we approve the planning retreat, because it is extremely important for us to get together and be able to have these discussions at a cost not to exceed $2,000. And so that, with that said, the mission and vision piece, I think that we can handle that. I was just in a mission and vision conversation this past weekend, and it went very well with just the people in the room. So I think we can handle that. But the time for us to be able to get together and have some of these other discussions is imperative. So I would say approve this planning retreat not to exceed $2,000.
I'll second it, and then I'm in concurrence with the mayor regarding the vision and mission specialist. I don't think at this time that I would be willing to necessarily support that. I think that's something that we would be able to do together along with GMA.
And along with our constituents.
Yes.
With that said, I'd like to call a question to move forward and vote on discussion items 9C, planning a retreat. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? It's one.
Aye.
Okay. The ayes have it. We will move forward with the planning retreat as scheduled. Madam Clerk, there was 2 oppositions to that, Councilman Herndon and Councilwoman Herndon and Councilwoman Auk. With that said, I don't think there's any other items now. With that, I'd like to move to item 10, which is the city attorney comments, and then on to the clerk and council.
No comment, Mayor.
Councilman Davis.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I hadn't said much today because my voice has been going in and out. But I want to say this. We're the city of Mableton, and there's been opposite, all that, those kinds of things, but we are a city now. What is important, because just like you, I've lived in this this area for almost 30 years. And, but anyway, the point I'm making is that what we're doing is trying to make this city the best it can be. It has to work. It has to work because we live here. And I respect each and all of the opinions. I really do. But at the end of the day, we want this to work for everybody. And this is my home. I love it. And and I just like the rest of the council, this is their home. They love it too. I'm just saying that let's be mindful and just do everything we can to make it work for us, because that's what we're here. That's what we're here for, council for, and that's what we know you want. So I'm just, I'm honored to be here as a councilman. I'm going to always listen to the residents and hear your voices, because I am a resident too. But that's what it's all about, making it work for everybody. And as your councilman of District 1, I'm going to do my level best in every way to make that happen, and just like the rest of the council. So I just felt compelled to say that for some reason. So, and I'm hoping you hear my heart. I'm hoping you hear my heart. And now with that, I'll be quiet, zip it, but that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. We know that Councilwoman Oladapo is not with us here today, but she did send a statement, so I want to read the statement from her. And it's forward as this. With immense happiness and gratitude to God, we announce the arrival of our newest member of our family, Eden Oladapo. She came into our life, yes, please. She came into our lives on 14th of August and has brought so much joy already and love. She also has already proven to be a master negotiator, especially when it comes to how many ounces she can consume at a time. We are smitten and soaking up every minute. I want to express my sincere appreciation for your understanding and encouragement during this time. Your support fuels my dedication for both of my roles, that as a parent and as your District 2 Council member. I look forward to returning with a renewed perspective, fresh energy, and a heart full of inspiration to continue to serve you and this wonderful city. Warmly, Councilwoman Dami Oladapo. And she did send us some pictures, and the baby is gorgeous. Absolutely. Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Good evening, everyone. I do want to congratulate Dami as well as David on their new bundle of joy, our new council baby. Last week I had the opportunity to attend Pebblebrook High School's open house, and it was just great seeing all the teachers and the students that were there. They have a new facility that they've just built, new classrooms, gyms, and a second theater. I didn't get a chance to go inside because it's not finished yet, but hopefully in the coming weeks I'll get a chance to tour the facility. So if you ever get a chance to go out there, please check out the facility. They have some upcoming events that are on the way, particularly as it relates to the theater and creative space. I know they have a play that's coming up, so if you have an opportunity, as well as going out to some of their football games, make sure you check that out as well. And then this Saturday, South Cobb will have a music festival. I'll let TJ talk to that point. And then yesterday I had an opportunity to attend the mental health forum that they had yesterday with Representative Cummings and the discussion around the House Bill 520. I really enjoyed the conversation, and the panel talked a lot about mental health and how prevalent it is in Georgia. And so it's really important that we get in front of and that we have these discussions and make our viewpoint known. So make sure you reach out to our senators. It's been passed in the House, but it still needs to pass in the Senate committee. So it's vitally important that we get in front of this. so that we can make sure that we're providing the level of support that's needed and the resources for those that suffer with behavioral issues and mental health issues. So it was great seeing everyone else out there, and just make sure you continue to stay involved with House Bill 520. You can actually Google it online and reach out to Representative Cummings if you have any questions concerning it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ogg.
I just wanted to clarify that I am in favor of having the discussions about the vision, the mission statement, and the things that would be accomplished at the retreat that was approved. And the reason for why I was voting against it is we're going to spend that kind of money. I would prefer it here in Mableton. I'd prefer to have the community input. And I just think that our meetings should be local. They should be accessible. I'm not sure that it's really accessible to the general public, and that's all I have to say about that. And then Angelina Presley stopped me before the meeting, and she insisted, I'm going to steal it from you, TJ. Sorry, she wanted me to go and tell you guys about the Welcome to South Cobb Festival. It's this weekend on September 2nd. It's going to start at 11 a.m. and go to 9 p.m. It's going to have live music. It's at the Riverlands Gateway Park, which is located on Mableton Parkway and Discovery Boulevard. On Mableton Parkway, but it's near the intersection there. Parking is free. You can get tickets at Eventbrite. Children under 5 is free. And there's going to be vendors, food trucks, water zone, and a lot of fun. So I just wanted to go and share that little event in Mableton. Okay.
Councilman Ferguson, take it away.
Once again, being at the end of the line, everybody wants to say everything you got to say. Congratulations to Council Baby, and that she's here, but I'm gonna take a different spin. We are all laborers and not just your city council, so I would like to celebrate with others who have and continue to labor in our city and in this country. Labor Day is a holiday rooted in the late 19th century when labor activists pushed for a federal holiday to recognize the many contributions workers have made to America's strength, prosperity, and well-being. You can Google the history of the day and why it started and the differences between it and Memorial Day, but I would just ask for a moment, let's celebrate together those who work for this country.
Here.
I'm not done. As the councilman for District 5 and the Mayor Pro Tem, I am saddened that we weren't able to attend the kickoff for the Pebblebrook Young Entrepreneurs Association event this evening. A few of us had the opportunity to attend the South Cobb Business Association meeting a couple months back, and all commented that small business and entrepreneurs were the way Mableton would move forward. And I'll add tonight that along with small businesses and entrepreneurs, our churches will also be the way that this city as a whole moves forward. Thank you, Pebblebrook High School and Ivory Young, for the work you are doing to foster an entrepreneurial spirit in our future. It's always tough to be an educator in this country with all the opposition you face. I, for one, know my lane and choose to stay in it. I salute you educators for the work you do to usher in the next generation of independent and awesome thinkers. Please let me know how I personally can support you in your efforts going forward. This council is committed to working with small businesses to help engage with the community to get their name out there. We as a community must be patrons of the small businesses that call our city home and support however possible. The Green Room Restaurant on Veterans, Burn Boot Camp on East-West Connector, Mooyah Burger on Veterans, Mexico Lindo, Jamaican Jerk Biz, Willie B's Sisters, and countless others call the City of Mableton home. These are all owned and operated by citizens who are looking to be very active participants in our city. So please join me in patronizing and supporting our local businesses this weekend and beyond. As a side note, if I didn't mention your business, instead of bash me on social media, just call me at tjfert4mableton@gmail.com and we can hash it out. I'm sorry if I missed anybody out there. And in closing, I would just say, enjoy this Labor Day weekend. Take time to enjoy some R&R in the city with all we have to offer. Check out the Welcome to South Cobb Festival. Check out the 50 years of hip hop celebration at the Mabel House. I'll be there. And say hey if you see us, and support local businesses in Mableton, and by all means do it responsibly. I'm done now.
Councilman
All I
Herndon.
need to say, or wanted to say, is that I encourage you, I know it's not a convenient location, but creating a vision and a mission statement for the city of Mableton is really huge. And for those of you who are able to make it during our retreat, it would really be nice for your input and for you all to be present. I want you to know that I personally think it is very important to develop a vision for our city, you know, because it's here and we have to make it what we want it to be. And that requires a village, really. Everyone has input because you are part of this city. And I wanted to kind of say that we have people who are invested in Mableton's growth and its evolution. And they're coming from different places, you know, in the sense that we have service providers who encourage us to do things, but it's also a benefit for their service as well. And I think as a city that we need to be mindful that some of the things that we're able to accomplish, we can do, you know, as a unit with the council. You know, we can have working sessions just with us. Because I think we have a lot of creative, talented minds on this council that we can work together and we can create something for ourselves. So I would just kind of caution sometimes is, you know, to kind of look at, you know, where the suggestions are coming from and maybe how they can benefit, and then maybe make a decision to kind of turn inward and decide to do things on our own so that we can come up with something, you know, for us as a council that will be a benefit to the city. And that's all I have to say.
Mayor, I just wanted to interject one quick thing I forgot to mention that's on my sheet, but kind of not. September 22nd, Economic Development Summit is happening with MIC. And I would encourage you to make sure that you get signed up, register for it, and be in attendance, because again, that's how we're going to move the city.
So now you're stealing my thunder.
Yep.
Well, with that being said, I'm gonna keep it short here. I echo some of my fellow council members when we talk about the importance of input from our citizens. I made the call last time asking about providing input around transportation, whether that's trails or roads or intersections. Email us, and we didn't have an official or a professional email address at the time. We still have cityofmableton@gmail.com. Email us and let us know what you're thinking, what you'd like to see, what's happening. I call it ideas, innovations, and issues. If you have any of those things, send them our way. And I specifically made that question around transportation because, if you guys know, last week there was a presentation that the Cobb DOT did to the Board of Commissioners about the upcoming SPLOS and all the anticipated projects. I want to make sure that Mableton has Mableton projects on that list for a SPLOS. All right, and the way that we do that is getting your input to make sure we know and hear what that's going to be. So I will continue to say that. And with that, again, the form that we have out there for people to sign up is going to be, it's imperative when we start sending emails out, but also that part on there where we ask about your input. So going back to what Councilwoman Herndon said, if you have specific skill sets and uses and talents that you want to provide and you know, allow the city to utilize, please use that form as a way to do that, as well as I think there's about 13 different committees, bureaus, and authorities that we will be looking at standing up that will be your premier opportunity. Your premier opportunity to get involved in this city is by at least raising your hand or filling out a form and to show your interest in helping us move forward with these very, very important committees, authorities, and bureaus. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that again. If you, I know there's been comments about beautification. By the way, that is one of those boards and authorities that are out there. So we want to make sure that Keep Mableton Beautiful becomes a thing, a thing that we have, that we own, and that we continue to push out so the world can see when they drive into any of our corridors going on in the city. But with that said, until that point, I get calls, so I know some of you out there say you're not exactly sure how to get in touch with us, but I can tell you a lot of you do. A lot of you do, because I get calls every single day without fail. I get a call every day. And a lot of those calls are about, hey, this has been mowed, or there was an illegal dumping, or something like that has taken place. Now, I'll tell you what I do when I get that. I mean, I will call someone, but I also do the very simple thing of go into the Cobb County website on their, I think it is See It and Click It, See, Click, Fix. I go out there, and you call me, and I turn around and I just open a ticket. They know they have a really good idea who I am now, right? It's like the mayor's opening tickets. Well, I am, because you're reaching out to me. But I also can tell you, you can go out there and download the app or go to the website, and you can fill that out. There are things that are happening in this city that we are not happy with, right? Illegal dumping, overgrowth of vegetation, things like that we want to see, and we understand that it impacts all of us. You know, I made the reference that we don't have trash cans in our city. People complain about trash everywhere. We don't have trash cans. So there are some things that we can do. Trash cans cost money, however, but there are things that we can do. There's things that we are going to take in a shorter term. I mean public trash cans. I don't mean trash cans at people's houses, of course. I think y'all know what I mean by that. So there are things that we can address and to start cleaning up this city and to doing the things that we want to do and make the city look like we want it to look like. But I did want to make reference to that, because I literally go out there and I create tickets every single week about things that need to be done. I think we did touch on the budget aspect. Look, most cities take 6 months in a budget cycle to get a budget prepared. Technically, we are still in the 3rd month. As the Madam Attorney said, and I mentioned at the last meeting, we are working towards devising a preliminary transitional budget that will get us through some initial phases of things that we have absolutely had to spend. And I know there's some discussion about what level discretionaries or what level absolute must spending is. But I think we all can agree that we absolutely we have to spend some money in order to be able to move forward. And I think that we're all being very diligent when it comes to that. We mentioned about the website, the .gov, that's in place. I have taken specific notice to how we can continue to let people know in pockets of the city that they do live in Mableton. Because yes, that is still an issue that I hear about every week. I am actually on business owners and people that are out there and communications that go out to go, if you live in the city of Mableton, at some point in time, you may want to start changing your cardstock. You may want to start changing your website. I've even had a discussion with Dr. Boyd about the EpiCenter itself, which is in the city of Mableton. We will get there, right? That process will happen. But I can tell you, for us to send a communication out to every resident in Mableton, that's about a $15,000 cost. Simply in postage, right, in mailing to go out. I can tell you I'm not opposed to doing that, but that is a $15,000 cost. We've had multiple instances where we have issues getting things that are a couple of $100s passed. Now, I want to make sure we get communication out, but I'll tell you right now, that's $15,000 to $20,000 to do that. If I hear from the citizens of Mableton that we want to do this, you will see me bring this to the council, and we will hold it for a vote, because I absolutely do want to make sure that every person that lives in Mableton knows they live in Mableton and can be proud of living in Mableton. And that communication outreach is needed, but that's a $15,000 to $20,000 cost. So take that away, mull on that, let us know if that's something that you want us to be able to do or not. With that being said, I think that kind of wraps everything up that I had. I don't have anything overly inspirational besides to say, let's keep up the good fight and keep doing what we're doing. The city is here, as Councilman Davis said. We're doing the right things for the right reasons. We do want to make this a model city that people across the state and across the country can look at. We are the newest city in the state. There are lots of eyeballs that are on us. We won't get everything right, but we will make sure that everything we do is in the spirit of moving things forward in the right way. So thank you all for that. With that said, Madam Clerk, I'm going to move that I entertain a motion to send us into executive session for litigation, real estate, personnel, and any exemptions.
Yeah, so I motion that we go into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor of moving into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll be moving into executive session.
Hello.
We're all here. All right, we've returned. I would like to entertain a motion to close out executive session.
A motion to close out executive session.
I'll second.
Having the motion being second, all those in favor of closing executive session say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing no opposition, we can effectively close executive session. With that being said, I would like to open the floor to entertain any motions.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we authorize the city attorney to serve as a hotel tax administrator along the city clerk.
I second.
Having heard all those in favor of appointing the city attorney as the hotel motel tax administrator in conjunction with our interim clerk, I'm sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. With so just for a bit of clarity, our hotel motel tax ordinance was approved after a couple of readings. Coming out of that, we need to make sure that as we move forward, we have the ability to be able to collect and administer those taxes. And so in doing so, it was imperative that we actually ensure that we have capabilities to be able to do that. In this vote, we have now granted our attorney the ability to be able to collect and administer those taxes. So thank you, council, for that. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn.
Not everybody at once.
I'll second the motion.
With the motion being made and seconded, all those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing no opposition, meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.